Or I go to go overseas. Still setting up the stream, sorry. I'm going to try and do a full run, but to be honest, I'm really far behind on a lot of the things that I have wanted to do, both in terms of prep, but even just getting packed and things like that. So I have some basics down, but I also need to, I don't know, I need more time, and I don't have time. So I need more time, and I don't have, I really don't like hearing my voice on stream. But all right, looks like we are ready to go live. Well, sorry, we're already live, but what I mean is I've got the different quality measures, and we are in fact live and have a healthy stream and all those good things. So anyways, I was debating, like, it's been a while since I've done some Cyberpunk, and I'd really like to get back to Cyberpunk, but I've also been enjoying Tyranny, and it's actually the most progress I've ever made inside of the game. So I'd kind of like to get a little momentum behind this, especially given that I will be, I'll be gone for a few weeks. I should mention, so my original intention was to try and be back for the 1st, but it did occur to me that I'm also just going to have to, like, get a bunch of stuff done. I also think that might be a holiday, so I will try to be back for the first week of September. I don't have an exact date for the return yet, though. One other thing I'll mention is I've got some laundry going, so I think I've got 15 more minutes on the current batch. I'm going to need to leave once to move it into the next section, and then once to to take them out and dry everything. I'll try not to make that too disruptive, but just a heads up, there's going to be a couple interruptions. And let's see what we're up to. So we're still doing Trial of Archons. I'm assuming we'll be gathering the information as we go throughout the story. We've got Breaking the Enemy. You've discovered that Matthias, leader of the Unbroken, has traveled to Trapper's Junction. Take advantage of this opportunity and kill the rebel leader. Go to Trapper's Junction and search for Matthias. And at some point we need to go to the Blade Grave, but I would say, first of all, we are at Trapper's Junction. But yeah, we want to follow up on the side quest first. At some point I also want to follow up with my followers.
Will do.
We'll worry about that later. You spot a soldier lying in a slump. Through the mud and blood caked on his tattered garb, you can make out the colors and insignia of the Unbroken. He fights through pain with each of his ragged breaths. As you approach, he shifts his head slightly towards you, but does not appear to have the strength to look up. The only ones traveling this way could be those who brought down Duskwatch. If that's you, then I'll die with a curse on my lips. So this is it then. Just kill me quickly. I'm in no state to continue on like this. His forced smile sends a trickle of blood out the side of his mouth. Do you need aid? I could dress those wounds. Very optimistic of you, but his wounds are too severe. I could attempt a healing spell, but I'd fear it'd merely prolong his pain and give him little more than false hope. I wouldn't expect one of Ash's brood to carry bandages. You ironclads can practically regrow limbs, though if you came from Tunon's court, I guess I don't know what you can do. He tries to laugh, but it elicits too much pain. Where's Matthias? Matthias. If he lives, he's with the rest of my countrymen. He makes a feeble gesture somewhere off in the distance. What happened here? Battle by the looks of it. He turns to the wind and sniffs. Not a terribly impressive one, but a bloody one. He raises his head and takes a look at you all wincing. The Scarlet Chorus. They've been driving us across this wasteland, pressing their attack at every turn. Looks like they finally got us cornered in this pass. I was part of the first line of defense. When my comrades got wiped out, the chorus went through. I thought myself lucky they didn't check for survivors. After a few hours, I started to change my mind. His wry smile quickly turns to a wince of pain. I have pressing questions. He coughs up a glob of blood and looks at you with bemusement. I don't have much time to regale you with tales of stalwart history. I'm afraid I'd rather spend these last moments remembering the true color of the sky. He focuses up at the dirty wall of storm clouds overhead. We hasten your journey to the void. Is this strictly necessary? I could mix up a sedative and... Oh, you're going to kill him. Forget I said anything. You deliver a swift blow to his head. The last of his energy leaves him as he crumples to the ground. Okay, so Scarlet Chorus up there. I don't mind a fight, but let's
If it means adding to their army, the Scarlet Chorus can wear anyone down. The Unbroken have held out longer than most.
A dying soldier revealed that both Chorus and Unbroken soldiers are present. Kill everyone, including Matthias.
I will aid you. I'll stay downwind of our enemies. Affirmative.
Okay, that's quite the group.
Send them at me!
Can't do that.
Ah, someone put me out!
All right. So Barrack's already in some trouble here.
As you command.
I'll confess I don't really fancy Barrack's chances here. Yep, but he leveled up, so...
I got it.
All right, starting to make some progress. Unlucky for verse. Alright.
Dark all of us.
Wasn't much I could do about that at that point.
No, sorry. I can't take much more of this.
Ugh, gross. Okay, so I think we're gonna go into melee for this one. But Lantry is in a tight spot. Alright, that definitely creates a problem.
Right.
How could I miss? I will aid you.
Alright. So obviously the aim here is to eliminate as many threats as I can in one go.
I will break you!
Not looking good. Okay, hopeful.
I got it.
Alright, so it all comes
I
down
will
to
aid you.
Barrack. Now obviously I have the option of
I'd have it no other way. Come and face my...
I have the option of trying to
I'll do it for the North. Graven Ash protects. I'm going down!
I was gonna say I have the option of using consumables, but at this point I think I'll just let fate take its course. I think for this one I'll try going another direction. We'll deal with this first.
Send them... Bathian waves!
Yeah, don't worry about doing any actions. It's not like that's not like there's going to be any consequences for that, right?
Right. Are you afraid of death? I will aid you.
Let's just try and take this figure out early.
We'll have your head!
Okay, good start.
At once.
You go.
Will do.
Okay, so we'll get Verse to go after the Scarlet, or not the Scarlet Fear, the Blood Chanter. And Lantry doesn't really have anything right now, so we'll... Alright. So, more of the same.
At once. On it.
Fall before me! Not a problem, boss.
Cool. That went much better. These rock spires seem to have risen so suddenly and violently that weapons and armor alike were pierced straight through. So maybe what I'll do at this point, well, we'll lock in the gains with Barrick. So I think I'm still going to focus on health for him.
I got it.
I think I'm going to take a similar approach to last time.
Moving
If
cautiously.
it means adding to their army, the Scarlet Chorus can wear anyone down. The Unbroken have held out longer than most.
I'll take care of it.
I will aid you. Shh.
I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
You got it.
And I just got my...
I will break you!
I just got the notification that my laundry's done.
On it.
Okay, so gonna heal.
Someone staunch my bleeding.
I'm gonna try and get past this combat first.
Pity, you won't enjoy this.
I got it.
You got it. Get up, Fatebinder.
Good God, I didn't even notice that the Fate Binder was down. Okay. So we are back in trouble. Yeah. Barrack should get a second wind. Whether it will make the difference is a whole other question.
You got it. Someone stitch me up. You got it. God darn.
Yeah, so especially given that this unit's healing. So I suppose the Jagged Remedy is going to be one of the ones that I want to focus on, but it looks like it seems like everybody actually gets a bit of
I'm going
healing.
down.
Okay, so obviously we know the encounter that's going to give us some trouble. But given that I have my laundry timer going, I'm going to take a very quick break, and I will try to be back as soon as I can once my laundry is done. Okay, thank you for your patience. So the drawback on this one, this is one of the cases where I sometimes get a bit lost on games like this. So, you know, I don't feel that the game is under any obligation to make it easy for me. I think enemies should probably be fighting in such a way that they want to survive. But one of the challenges I have here is that I have like an obvious sort of tank-like character.
I'd have it no other way.
I have...
If it means adding to their army, the Scarlet Chorus can wear anyone down. The Unbroken have held out longer than most.
I have some forms of crowd control, but they don't really seem to be all that effective. And then there kind of seems to be multiple healers on the other side. So in this case here, it's sort of...
Yes.
There's obviously strategy to this game. I mean, it's also possible I can just kite someone into the rows here. The challenge is that if it does pull the other ones, then I'm not going to be able to access the healers. So I'm going to give this another shot, but I guess one thing would be I don't have a clear idea on sort of the abilities of these other units.
As you command.
And then sort of on top of all of that, actually what I'll do here,
Slow and steady.
we'll crawl in and then sort of appear. Okay. So go straight for the guy. And then as verse...
I will aid you.
Alright, so I think that's probably... This is probably the added dimension that creates a problem for me.
The right direction.
I got it.
Okay, so that's good. So I'm going to move Verse around the back here.
Will do.
You got it.
Will do.
Okay, so it looks like they're moving on to the Fate Binder now, which makes for a little bit of a complication, but I think we'll still be able to get through it, especially because I have the option of Quicken. In fact, this doesn't seem like a bad little buff to do right now. Nice. I'm actually going to go so far as to say Greater Renewal is on deck in a little bit, because I'm noticing that Solon is still... Oh, he's wounded, actually. Don't remember when that happened.
You dent!
Okay, so Verse gets to do what she does best. I'm going to take her around the edge just to make sure that there's no nasty surprises. Don't know if the... oh, Fatebinder made it. For how much longer, I don't know, but let's try and make this survive as long as possible.
Counter.
I will aid you.
Just point in the right direction.
Yeah, so it looks like the Fate, for one reason or another, the Fatebinder is just getting absolutely pounded by something. And I don't see any way that I can make him recover. So something's basically... Again, this is one of the challenges I run into the game. There's clearly something affecting this character. And I'm doing everything I can to mitigate it, but clearly it's not enough. Unless it's an area of effect. Yeah, so again, there's some kind of burning. But no indicator in terms of what's causing it. And unfortunately, it looks like
Not a problem,
this
boss.
guy's still doing lots of healing. Okay, Barrick's in a bit of trouble.
Consider it done.
You can rest when you're dead.
Sure would be great if Verse would participate in the fight. I'm gonna save the thing that knocks the guy down,
Consider it done.
just if he tries to do any of his healing
Fall
nonsense.
before me!
At once.
I'll do it for the North.
No.
Not great.
Rain. Blood. At once.
Yeah, so at least we got that character down before we lost Lantry.
You got it. You got it.
So I'm wondering if it's this Wheel of Pain effect that's maybe doing that. Okay, so clearly Barrett got past the threshold. Don't like that.
No other way. My armor is dented. Let me repair it.
You got it.
All right, there we go. We have an outside chance that we can see this through now.
Did I always have this much blood?
I will aid you.
Cool. I definitely think this is a case where we may want to Jagged Remedy's orders. This missive is written in a shaky but impassioned scrawl that left deep creases in the parchment. Remedy, the Unbroken have been most troublesome for Ash and his inbred legion. Invite as many of their number to join our song as you can. Pay special attention to their leader, Matthias, and bring him to Cacophony in one piece. We know how you love to cut into tendons and play the puppeteer, but humor us this once with your restraint. So this one's kind of interesting. So Jagged Remedy was conspiring from the Unbroken when his forces, conscripting from the Unbroken when his forces were forbidden from the region. All right, that makes a little more sense.
Sorry, I can't.
Armor and supplies clearly belonging to the Unbroken are strewn about. It is hard to tell if the red accents are from blood or chorus war paint.
Nothing I can't handle.
These packs and supplies are far too well kept and organized to originate from any Scarlet Chorus gang. Should probably save at this point because the Fate Binder's been taken down twice. Hold it right there. No entry by this gate. Head north if you wish to state your business here. Otherwise, turn back now. This is definitely a good argument to resting up before moving on, but I will do my best with what I currently have.
Can't do that. On the lookout.
So two things. One, I'm going to check the inventory, and then two, we'll buff up for the next encounter. So, first of all, weapons. Iron Great Axe. Lower recovery, but higher DPS. I am intrigued by the idea of using glory. Two maces at once. Now this is interesting. So Jagged Remedies, oh right, because of the armor penetration. Definitely want to switch out the bow. Okay, Barrack. I mean, I don't hate the idea. It's a little slower, but I don't hate the idea of using the spear. Actually, I don't even mind the iron hammer. And two-handeds won't really work here. Yeah, I think I'll settle for... Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, I'll settle for this. And then I don't see Lantry using any of the weapons. So once again, armor. So right now I've settled for light armor on the Fate Binder. Again, I'll always consider change. Okay. Not enough to compel me to adjust. Okay, same story with Verse. If we have some light armor I can toss on her, so much the better. It's all heavy here. Well, not entire, the nobleman's tunic, but not quite what I'm looking for her. Looks like the light leather gloves do the trick, though. I'm thinking most of these hats aren't going to do the trick. Hello, Masoabi. It's going all right. Still definitely feeling the pressure for the trip. This is the last stream until I go overseas for a few weeks. Had a rather difficult combat encounter that I didn't exactly impress anyone with, but overall doing okay. And obviously recovering from the accident. I think I may be able, I'll maybe have like one more day of my bandages, and then I'm thinking I'll probably, oh, you know what? I'll probably be able to, probably be able to switch to, there's like the very large Band-Aid by Band-Aid. Nobleman's bracers seem to be okay here. Trying to minimize the recovery because it would be nice to have. It'd still be nice to keep Lantry in the fight. Okay, so again, we don't really have any It's like, it's all well and good that we can sort of see who these people are. It's, you know, Bloodhound, Scarlet Fury, and such. I have no idea if this, like, who heals in that. We're really only going to be able to learn that from the encounter.
Graven Ash protects. Shh. On it. Set me up.
All right.
Champions.
As you command. Right.
Okay, so I'm going to get Lantry starting off by healing the Fatebinder.
You got it.
I'd have it no other way.
Okay.
On it.
Looks like Barrick's already in a bit of trouble.
See that?
I'm going to try and hold back on the quicken.
I'm not entirely useless.
All right, now we got to do it. Let's get Verse to charge in through that first. Okay, Varric still needs some healing.
Consider it done.
You'll have to hit harder than that.
I'll take care of it.
Go. Everybody's down. Alright, so that worked a bit better. Probably because there weren't any healers, but...
On the lookout.
Guarding the entrance to a makeshift encampment, an unbroken warrior stands sentry with thick lines of exhaustion under her eyes. Streaks of sand and rust cover her worn armor and weathered skin. Who treads on unbroken lands? The guard's voice trembles with fatigue. Everyone who comes to Trapper's Junction these days is involved in the war somehow. State your intentions. I'm not above killing you just to be safe. The soldier glares at you with intensity and purpose. What's the situation here? Fury overtakes here. As if I'd share anything with one of Graven Ash's ironclad terrors. Go back to the north, why don't you? Aren't you just darling? I haven't seen anyone as innocent and green as you since I left the farm. I'm looking for Matthias. He's your leader, is he not? That's him, all right. She squints at you skeptically, then calls over her shoulder. Captain, you've got a visitor. Looks like trouble. The unbroken fighter looks pale and worn. His demeanor has begun to show the horrors he's witnessed, but he wears every scar and concerned twitch with a veteran's dignity. Matthias, captain of these troops here in Trapper's Junction, and to the whole of the Unbroken. He looks you up and down, nodding as some truth comes together in his mind. Even this far south we hear of Tunon's agent who broke the siege at Vendrian's Well. If you've come to make history repeat itself, then allow me to correct you. The Unbroken will not lie down as easily as the Vendrian Guard. He draws his weapon slowly. So you're the wretch who caused us so much trouble in the Stalwart campaign. I've been looking forward to this day. He flinches at the sight of Barrack. That thing talks? Kairos' minions have not weathered the invasion well, have they? Ash wants me to end the Edicts of Storms. Maybe we can help each other. And I suppose Ash wants to set up a disfavored garrison at Sentinel's Stand as well. Matthias clenches his jaw. I can't allow that. Our goals only align until the moment that Stratius Harridan dies. Beyond that, we have nothing in common. What's your status here? You expect me to offer up some advantage for you to exploit? I think not, Fatebinder. There's a detachment of Scarlet Chorus nearby, and none of us is wearing the voice of Narat's sigil. That should tell you plenty about our current status. If you expect to learn anything about our strength or tactics, then feel free to draw iron. We won't cooperate with Kairos' pet minion, nor the Chorus, and not you. I don't suppose you're interested in hearing about the benefits of Kairos' peace? We've already refused Kairos' empty terms when your misguided invasion began. Let's neither of us pretend that Graven Ash has grown more forgiving in the last year, or that anything but enslavement and mass graves await us in Kairos' dominion. He runs a hand through his sweaty hair. I won't delude myself into thinking that both of us are getting out of Trapper's Junction alive. Time to add your bones to the storm. Goodbye, Matthias. With what strength we have, let's gut this slave of Kairos. We're stalwart! Matthias swings his weapon in the air to rally the Unbroken around him.
Look at...
Alright, so Barrack's in a terrible place for this.
Count on it.
Good God. Ooh. Okay. Definitely more people than I wanted. So best I can do here is just pile on the damage.
You got it.
Ooh, that's not good. Actually, Lantry should be healing at this point. So I guess one thing I can do is try and draw a little more attention onto Barrack.
Feelings.
Oh my God, this is horrible. So now the Fate Binder's in the middle of it.
Great.
Okay, so I'll at least take advantage of Versus' ability here.
At once.
Ready for another?
Come on, Lantry, do something.
Just give me the signal.
Okay, maybe bought us something.
Count on it.
I don't get why Barrack doesn't want to attack.
On it.
My armor is dented. Let me repair it. Let's have it then.
That sucks.
I'm injured.
So I guess somehow gotta get the Fate Binder out, but the disengagement's gonna just wreck me. So let's try and do renewal on the... Alright, lucky me. Oh my God, no.
You got
Okay.
Will do.
Okay, it's starting to look up.
Someone staunch my bleed. Bleeding. Right.
Will do.
I will aid you.
Starting to look up a little bit.
I require needle and thread.
This is not looking good. If I can find a way to stun Matthias, I don't think that's going to work though.
I got it.
So second best is to cover. Alright, so Matthias is probably back in the fight.
Apologies, but
Just kind of hoping that maybe the sheer weight of the force against him will...
right.
My armor is dented. Let me.
There we go. Matthias has been killed, though additional foes remain. Wipe them out. So, I mean, all told, that was not a bad round. I definitely, with the engagement and stuff like that, positioning is a real struggle. But a win's a win.
On it.
While it looks quite uncomfortable, there is no doubt this rust-covered makeshift tent can survive the worst weather in the tiers.
Found something.
Okay. So that's good to know. It's basically a fight with 4 guys. Now I'm less clear on how this one's going to go, so I'm actually going to try something a bit different here. Nope, that won't work actually.
At once. Can do it.
Slow and steady.
To battle!
Okay, so that just gets everyone. So as usual, we want to see if anybody can do healing. In this case, I think we'll go straight for the presumed leader.
Apologies. Try a different weapon.
Well, I'm glad at least the AI is going a little silly on its own guys now.
Not a problem, boss.
Bleed out! Little shit.
I will aid you.
So weirdly enough, I don't actually need to. I don't need to protect
Smash to
anyone yet.
pieces.
I did that? Nice!
So again, we're going to focus on the leader here where I can.
Getting too old for this.
Stalwart prevails!
I've got you now!
You got it.
I can sort of afford to give a little more to
I got it.
Eric. Yeah, so obviously this is corny as hell, but this is actually one of the rare times where the idiotic pathing works in my favor.
That's how it's...
Okay, so I'm gonna get Bruce to run up front.
This weapon isn't entirely worth.
Okay, Lantry is useless.
At once.
Oh my god.
What a rush!
Cool. Alright. Again, focus still needs to be on the big guy. I think my best bet is to get Verse to follow up on the lead.
You got it.
I will aid you.
Okay, I don't think I can afford to play around anymore. I need to... If I can't get to Verse, I need to use the...
I'm not entirely
team
useless.
ability. Cool. So obviously our original intent was to target down this guy, but we're at a point now where we can pile on. And Lantry got a new level.
As you
Tested
command.
Old walls are now on the map. Shields and armor line the outside of this makeshift tent, offering further protection from the unbelievably unforgiving environment. So we'll do the usual thing. First of all, we will level up the relevant characters. Lantry... I am slightly inclined to boost his quickness. And then I think we'll start with Gifted Healer.
Right.
And I noticed that there is... Oh, it's probably the firewood. So it seems to me like we have a good excuse to camp here. Camp will use up one of your camping supplies. Do you want to camp here? Yes. Oh, the other thing I didn't do was look for any new armor. Okay, nothing really leaps out at me here. Maybe weaponry? So Sever at least has Annihilation. So plus 25% to the critical damage multiplier. I don't know what my actual chance of a crit is, but overall that seems good. Again, I'm assuming I'm not going to find too much off of the... Yeah. I think I'll just save myself the trouble. I should actually also sort out what I'm trying to do here. All right, so Stirring Visions again. This is the investigate the spires one, so that doesn't really do anything for us on its own. Weight of Aegis, we need to find a sort of rogue forge bound. So again, that doesn't really do too much on its own. Sorry, just give me a second here. I'm gonna adjust my dressings a little bit. So yeah, it's Breach Between Worlds. All right, so yeah, so we have to go into the Old Walls Breach regardless of the law against it. You have learned from that the rebels are searching the Blade Grave Old Walls for the remains of an unbroken regent, one believed to hold the steadfast insignia. This artifact is said to have the power to resist the fierce winds of Kairos' Edict of Storms and may be your way into Sentinel Stand Keep. Travel to the breach along the Blade Grave Old Walls to locate the unbroken soldiers hunting for the steadfast insignia. So we have infested Old Walls or the Old Walls Breach. So this stretch of Old Walls is full of heavily scarred terrain and is said to be overrun with bane. Allegedly, it is the currently resting place of Dauntless legendary Sword of the Unbroken, and scouts have recently confirmed the presence of an opening leading to the Old Walls at this location. The immediate area is likely dangerous, given the high risk of bane infestation. The breach is not far from the site where Unbroken Regent Epistratos famously clashed with disfavored forces at the close of the war. So the tricky part here is I don't actually see a reason to go to the infested Old Walls yet. So in this case, we'll go to the breach because that's actually a requirement of my mission.
On the lookout.
Liberating hand weaves. At attention. A band of unbroken warriors rouse into position as their leader stands alert to your presence. The stalwart captain whistles a shrill note as you approach, and his comrades lurch to attention. He turns to regard you with open distaste. Tuck your tail and scamper back the way you came. The Unbroken won't tolerate northern scum getting in our way. I'm trying to end the Edict of Storms. We have similar goals. Is that right? Well, unless your goals involve putting Kairos' minions to the sword and setting fire to the Northern Empire, then we're not similar enough. He draws his weapon. Attack position. Stand your ground.
You're...
Barrack's gotta get the brunt of that.
Days and... I will aid you.
something every day.
Count on it.
Let's do it, you and me. Can't wait to try that. That
At once.
again.
You got it.
Okay, so Verse is gonna... insane. I don't see why she voluntarily runs into... into a threat like that.
Not a problem, boss.
Index mode, good to see ya.
I'm on it.
Okay, well he didn't get the disengagement, so...
I will aid you. I got it.
Land Ray, you clumsy shit. Focus.
Please, worm.
You got it.
Will do. I'll hit you twice as hard next time.
I need to try a different weapon. Wait, I did that? Nice!
Alright, well he didn't lose anyone.
Right.
Am I next? The sage points his quill at the unbroken corpses, biting his lip as he finishes his final scribblings of a note. I was not trying to eavesdrop on your scuffle, but now that I've witnessed it, duty obliges that I record it. He rolls a sheet of parchment into a thick tube in his hands. Come and silence the record if you must, but I warn you, the sages have long written memories. No need for concern. I'm only here to kill Unbroken. Oh, I see. A little too nationalistic for my tastes, but they were decent travel company at least. He scans the corpses again and sighs. Call Kairos' forces uncompromising, but at times I wonder if it isn't the other way around. And how may this humble servant of letters be of assistance? He runs his fingers through his hair, resting his quill behind his ears. I understand that we both seek items within yonder old walls. What are the sages doing here with the Unbroken? Let us say we are sympathetic to each other's causes. He clears his throat. It also helps that we're both interested in the arcana of yesteryear. The Regent artifacts are supposed to be fascinating specimens, and no sage would, in good conscience, refuse an opportunity for study. Tell me about yourself. I'm Hieronymus, journeyman of the School of Ink and Quill. I scribed under Gaver's crane, and 17 tomes are bound by my hand. He coughs, his gaze at his feet. All the other details are just vanity. I am more accustomed to studying with others than extolling my own facts. I'm looking for the steadfast insignia. Tell me what you know. Artifacts are fascinating business, are they not? And Stalwart's decorated military history yielded so much intrigue around them. The steadfast insignia was prominently displayed in every unbroken battle where Regent Aspian fought. Over the years, it became something of a rallying marker, and its presence alone accounted for many notable victories. Hieronymus shakes his head with a sigh, gesturing towards the massive stone horizon of the old walls. It lies within, but no good discovery is without its pitfalls. He points towards a wide breach in a nearby section of the ancient stone facade. The Unbroken and I were attempting to recover a few relics of interest from the old walls, but a swarm of scourges put a halt to that plan. Do you see those? You do see those risks from time to time. When I was training at the library, a senior scribe told me to clear the rats out of the cellar. Some of them accursed things had knotted up their tails, and he trails off shuddering. Let's just say what happened here was almost as bad. We recovered a torch key during our ill-fated first attempt to breach the old walls. I've seen fashioned stones like it before, but what we don't know about what we don't know about them would fill a library. Hieronymus points with a shaky finger. Unfortunately, when we were attacked, we got separated from Gregos' men, and one of the soldiers still has the torch key. His corpse does, to be exact. What does this torch key do? It appears to be part of a lock and key system within the old walls. If only we could replicate such crafts on as grand a scale as the builders of this place. He shakes himself from reverie. In any event, you'll need the torch key if you want to scour the ruins below. Where's the soldier's body? Just southeast of the breach. Take care, those beasts may still be on the hunt. What are the next steps? Once you get the torch key, you'll be able to venture past the first chamber. He pauses for a moment. Of course, given our aborted efforts, you can understand why I'd be hesitant to re-enter the old walls. My scribe, Javala, didn't survive the trip. Poor girl. I'll answer any questions you have, though you're apt to tell me more of interest than the other way around, I'm sure. What are you seeking in the old walls? My research suggests that within these nearby old walls are a set of stones carved with ancient script. For lack of a better term, I call them stones of elucidation. His hands darts to his satchel, producing a hand-drawn sketch of an ordinary circle. I know this sketch doesn't capture the wonder, and frankly, we don't really know what they do, but we have found spheres of identical size but differing glyphs in over a dozen disparate regions of the old walls. As we find more of these stones, we can compare commonalities and sigils. With a large enough collection to study, we hope to crack the language of the old walls. Who can guess what we might learn then? Hieronymus blushes. It's been slow progress. Constructing dead languages without living witnesses is singularly frustrating. It is a tall request, but I doubt Tunon selects fools for Fatebinders. I could use someone with your mettle to brave the old walls. What's in it for me? For you? He looks askance, his chin resting in an ink-stained hand. What a copy of one of your arcane texts. Such a steep request. His eyes widen with surprise before a smile creeps over his face. But you certainly have refined tastes, and it would be an honor to have a fine Fatebinder annotate a manuscript of mine. He scratches his chin for a long moment before slowly nodding. Help me, and I'll pay you in the future with something bound just for you. I'll consider your request. What of the steadfast insignia? It's just a simple trinket to the untrained eye, but every first regent since before the Unbroken earned that name wore the badge into battle. Stalwart folk are ever famous for standing their ground, and the steadfast insignia embodies their immovable nature. The wearer can resist any change, charge, push, or shove. He smiles, pointing to the ground, where heavy footprints are visible under layers of rust and sand. The layers of rust let you judge the age of footprints here in the Blade Grave, and these tracks heading into the old walls date back to the opening days of Kairos' storm. What else can you read in rust patterns? Barrick looks himself over self-consciously. My working hypothesis is that the only person with her feet on the ground during the peak of the storm would be the bearer of the steadfast insignia. Hieronymus aims his finger around the footprints in rust until he's pointing at the old walls, but I suppose we won't know for certain until we look. What can you tell me of the old walls? Hieronymus's eyes widen. I could speak volumes, Honorable Fatebinder, but I will summarize. The old walls predated settlement of the tiers. The passageways crisscross the landscape, but most good folk steer clear. Kairos' laws forbid entry, which hasn't always been a problem for us, but even we saw the good sense to stay out. Explorers have found old artwork, funerary remains, and other relics of a civilization predating our own. Hieronymus lets out a long sigh as he looks at the towering wall behind him. But most find a quick death in the old walls, as the current inhabitants are inhuman predators, creatures of arcane power that appear to travel on the mists. What should I expect inside? The worst? He looks at you with a puzzled smile, his mouth moving in several half-starts. The old walls are filled with arcane beasts that attack erratically and with little warning. My colleagues can only speculate on what they are or what possible sustenance, if any, they find in the old walls. That said, if you see one, it would be unwise to approach it and ask clarifying questions. Can you deliver a message for me? Not currently. His arm instinctively lifts up, his gloved hand raised slightly above his ear, arm crooked to create a landing surface for a bird. He looks skyward, blinking as he searches the clouds for several long moments. My sunder dove is carrying another missive at the moment. When she's returned, there may be room on her bindle for a note or two. That is all. Farewell. Alright, so retrieve the torch key. Hieronymus tasked you with recovering the stones of elucidation from the old wall's breach. And who... Oh, Solon. Alright. I think I'm going to keep putting the points into Massive Blow. Alright. Tines of bedrock dot the landscape, providing little shelter from the constant winds.
Can't do that.
A massive stone door towers above you. It looks like this was the actual entrance to the old walls. Hieronymus said, the item you need to get into the old walls is on the body of an unbroken soldier who fell in battle southeast of the breach. Okay. So I don't know if that unlocks a new location for me or if we go to the... Yeah, it looks like it. Through the billowing dirt and rust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, you make out the shifting silhouettes of a small group ahead of you. Appearing lightly armed and armored, the group pulls 2 carts in their wake. They haven't noticed you through the maelstrom. Hail them. Wary of your presence, the travelers halt when you hail them and await your approach. Their emaciated faces make it clear that hunger has left them weak. One steps forward to explain they're scavengers from Old Stalwart, hoping to trade their haul in exchange for food for their families. A glance at their goods reveals that they're carrying remnants of bronze and iron arms, likely scrounged from the blade grave. The leader of the group, head bowed deeply in deference, asks if they may pass. Guide them. Escorting the travelers, you lead them through the ragged wastes to the blade grave's broken border. They thank you profusely for your assistance, swearing to spread word of your fairness to others in Stalwart. Their leader shows her appreciation with a few pieces of scrap before the group continues their march away from the Edict of Storms. All right, so my alarm for my laundry is going off. Now I know I have a few extra minutes for it. My question for all of you here, especially because it's a little bit of a smaller crew than before. Oh, this is definitely not where I want to be. I mean, it did say southeast, but... I'm wondering if you folks would be okay with a longer...
Not one for superstition, but every hair on the back of my neck is standing at attention.
All right. Maybe we'll do this battle. But yeah, I was wondering if after this, if people would object to a longer break, and part of that's just so that I can get myself
Calm yourself.
a coffee.
There's just a chill.
No.
I'll do it for the North. I will aid.
Will do.
You got it. You got it.
I got it. Graven Ash protects. I will aid you.
Okay, we seem to be managing.
We can do this!
So it keeps threatening that if you do too many sort of spells, it attracts other bane. But I am, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take a longer break. If you can just give me a quick second here. Just want to try and get a decent idea of, okay. So I don't know, half an hour break. Is that going to be too much for people? I realize it's not a usual one for me, but there's a couple things going on. So one of them will be, one of them is I've got the laundry to do, but on top of that, it would be nice if I can get a small errand run. And one of the things that helps me out with that is it means that I don't need to end the stream early. So if there's no objections to that, I'll do my usual break note, but I'll add a little something extra here. But yeah, so I will again. I'll try not to make it any longer than it needs to be, but I will also just get all the stuff I need to get done now, if that's okay with everybody. Now is a great time to get up, have a stretch. Otherwise, take care of yourselves. And like I said, I'll try and keep this as short as I can, but I do have a couple of things to get through, and I figure it's not a bad opportunity for me to do that as long as all of you are okay with it. So I will see you in a bit, and I will leave you with the sounds of the game. I'm back. Sorry for the extended absence. But I will be able to stream for the rest of the night uninterrupted. Okay. Yeah, looks like most most people are gone. All right, fair enough. So we want to heal up first. And obviously, I want to grab what I can off of the bodies, but the getting rid of the threats is the first priority here.
Sorry about that.
Ooh, that's a little more than I was expecting.
To battle!
Interesting.
I will aid
Okay, guess who's not going that way?
You got it.
you. Right.
I will aid you.
Okay, so I'll let Barrick handle that one.
I will aid you. That was beneath me.
Verse is looking a bit worse for wear, but we should be able to get through it.
Will do.
Okay, encouraging. My big worry here is about potentially triggering these guys. Looks like we're doing okay, though.
Ready?
What a rush!
Yes.
Alright, so we're going to back off for a little bit just to make sure that we can heal up before. And then, of course, it seems to make sense that we would buff up again, too.
Consider it done.
And maybe as a precaution... Alright, so I think sending Barrick in first makes sense.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, more guys than I was
Another
expecting.
battle.
Oh my god, no!
They work bad at me.
On it.
Yeah, so no surprise that they're coming after Fatebinder there. Alright, so I think we're gonna need something a little stronger this time around.
I'll take care.
Because these are ranged, this is making me a little nervous, but...
I'll take
Not a problem, boss.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to take a bit of a risk with the Fate Binder here.
Oh no, my own strength.
All right, that sucks. Oh, all right. Now, I thought Lantry had something to raise people. Yes.
Consider it done.
Okay, not looking good here, so we'll get both of those focused on Barrack, at least for a little bit.
Flawless.
Okay, new lease on life. And then ice for everyone, just so we can slow people down.
Right.
Okay, let's do... It's a little risky that I'm doing this on the Fate Binder. Okay. So I'm gonna move Lantry and
Consider it
heal
done.
Barrack. Alright, good. Things definitely seem tough. I think at this point maybe we just pile on.
This is embarrassing.
Eesh. I'm using up all my tricks here.
On it.
Okay, we'll see if we can get the Fate Binder back up.
On it.
Oh, this'll help.
The Fate Binder needs help.
He's down. Okay. So Lantry's gonna be my fix for that, and then we need to make sure Barrack stands, otherwise we're done. Okay.
I will aid you.
All right. It's gonna be touch and go, but oh,
It's a me.
Binder's coming back.
Right.
Our time together has not gone to waste.
All right, Lantry's down now.
Graven Ash protects. Right. I will. I got it.
Okay, obviously that was a costly victory, but
I got it.
and the Dauntless, exquisite, resolute, everything you could want, really. As your hand touches the hilt of the sword, a rush of sensation courses up your arms as if you had dunked them in warm water. The feeling is at once calming and overwhelming and leaves you breathless. Dauntless. I saw that blade carve up too many friends during the Stalwart campaign. The locals rallied around it, sang anthems when it was drawn. It's every bit as meaningful to the Unbroken as Sentinels stand. If you ever need a sword big enough to cleave the old walls in half, this would be it. That would be it. Careful where you point that thing. I've seen plenty of decorative copies in my time, but this is genuine. The Bane would not have gathered around a mundane imitation. It's the real Dauntless. Deftly snatching a quill and parchment, Lantry begins to sketch the sword. You'll need to hold on to it, for posterity's sake, naturally. As you grow accustomed to the sword's weight, your thoughts are drowned out by a perpetual buzz of voices, fragments of inspiring speeches, glorious battle cries, and the anticipation of triumph to come. The feeling subsides as quickly as it struck. Dauntless pulses in your hand, its potential desperate for release. Your perspective is divided between holding a sword and holding a living symbol. The distinction at times grows hazy. Achievement unlocked. Alright, so the thing is, it's not a two-handed weapon, so Verse is probably going to be the wielder of Dauntless if it's going to be anything. Okay, let's see if any of the single-handed items. So I definitely don't mind close range with Barrack. Weeping Wound seems encouraging. Oh, but it's two-handed. Gravelet. I mean, slightly lower DPS in exchange for... Well, it's the lack of armor penetration, I think, probably keeps me from bringing that on, but it was a tempting one. Okay, and what are these? Iron Greaves. So because they're heavy iron and Barrack can't lose his boots, nothing really to be said for these. I don't think the leather boots are any different. I wouldn't say no to some of these, but again, the trade-offs, I think maybe this is just my lack of understanding of how the combat works in this, but it is a little tough to sort out exactly what I'm paying for on some of these. Okay, let's keep your vitality up, I think. Just trying to think if there's... I mean, might... I'm not going to say no to Might, but I think we really want him to just be tanking everything. Okay. Defenders charge a leap to the aid of an ally, taunting enemies nearby. Tempting. Start of combat, Barrett gains a large boost of movement. Tempting. Let's go for shield wall in this case. Artifact Dauntless, legendary sword wielded by the champion of Stalwart. This relic of a proud kingdom was thought lost when Kairos' Edicts of Storms vanquished the unbroken blades. You equipped a powerful artifact. So this is actually kind of cool. It gives me... I have a relationship with the weapon. I wonder if that's going to be something that maybe drives me away from some of my more unwieldy, or not my more evil ways. There was something kind of interesting about this idea of, you know, we've been with Kairos for a while. You know, all of the advantages we get tend to stem from being the bad guy, and I'm almost wondering if this opportunity to get even more power would be the way we, the game sort of nudges us away from the direction we think we're going. You have discovered an artifact. Artifacts are powerful magical items that, when wielded, grant their owner a new ability. Artifacts are known throughout the tiers and the greater empire beyond. As an artifact's reputation grows, its ability becomes more powerful. So the funny thing is that, like, given the way that the laws are set up in this, I was reluctant to engage for the simple reason that I didn't have... How do I put this? Like, I didn't have... it seemed that I would be breaking the law, and there wasn't a direct reason for me to do this. So breach between worlds. Hieronymus said that you need to get into the old walls. The item you need to get in the old walls is on the body of an unbroken soldier who fell in battle southeast of the breach. Find his body and get the torch key. Okay, but weren't we just at the breach?
Can't do that.
Like, this isn't the breach, but... A rabbit stands statue still just off the road ahead of you. As you come to a stop, its brown ear twitches, and you suspect that it's about to bolt into the nearby underbrush. Hunt it. The rabbit watches you with a single dark eye. Chase it. Almost before you begin to move, the rabbit's hind legs extend, launching it into the underbrush. You chase after it, but it dives into a hole before you go near it. You thrust your arm after it, hoping to grasp the critter, but your fingers close only on air. Aha.
Spotted something.
Bane touch stab.
Brace yourself.
Well, that's inconvenient.
I will aid you.
You got it.
I'd have it no other way.
You got it.
Not entirely useless.
Not a problem, boss.
Okay, so I'm tempted to go in here. Light emanates from within this massive passageway into the old walls, simultaneously calming and imposing to behold. What I'm going to do here, we'll get Lantry to buff the Fatebinder, we'll get Barrick to
I will aid you.
defend himself. I'm going to get Barrick to charge in on his own. And then we'll try and give these things a run for their money. Apparently I can't attack this because there's a body over it. Good job, guys.
I'm not here to make friends.
Will do.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
Okay.
On it.
You got it.
That one rattled me hard.
Consider it done.
Fall before me!
Can't wait to try that again.
You got it.
Hey, you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
So I should actually take a look at the log on this, because there's a couple, there's critically hits with Mage Fire. It feels like some of these Mage Fires, yeah, okay. I thought there was some sort of like boomerang or something, but... Okay, we got the torch key.
Can't do that.
Didn't realize it was the torch key, of course, but that's
Good
neither
thing
here
I
nor
keep
there.
a torsion wrench handy.
Now, I am slightly tempted to just go into the breach here, but I guess it did say that I needed... Oh, right. So it did say that I needed it for more than the first level. Find a way into the main chamber, the old walls, and try to locate the artifact. So we'll follow up with Hieronymus just to see if there's any new information, but... So the fact that I couldn't walk, or well, I didn't realize I could walk down there was the real determination. So you've returned. I mean, obviously I knew you'd returned. Just pleased to see you is all. He swipes one of several quills sewn into his upper sleeve and dabs the squib. Tell me of your experiences, in your own words and time, please. Questions for you? That's all. So I was originally going to save, but I think we'll probably get a save by going into the breach. And of course, here we are breaking the law. Oh, this looks quite different from what I was expecting. Yeah. So we will enjoy the brief reprieve.
I will aid you.
As before, Barrick is the one to run in first.
At once.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much. As I.
Will do.
I'm on it.
I got it.
As you command.
So as far as the tank strategy is concerned, this is actually working out pretty well for us.
You got it.
That one ran me hard. No doubt see more of these vile swarms as we advance. Let us be wary.
Unbroken armor.
More tallies.
Alright, should have expected that.
You got it.
Afraid of death!
Apparently the taunt means nothing. But verse being the target is fine by me.
On it. Right.
You got it.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for the scary shine.
Will do.
It's unclear if this Bane snare was destroyed by the Unbroken trying to get in, or the Bane attempting to escape. The crystal in the beacon shimmers softly as you bring the torch. Oh. Okay, well,
So those glowing symbols on the wall. Dare you to touch them?
oh, here we go. The crystal in the beacon shimmers softly as you bring the torch key closer to it. So I still don't know what the second part was, but I'll live with the mystery. Okay. Probably shouldn't be surprised there.
It's
Barrick will be Leroy Jenkins.
Will do.
Don't worry about the disengage. It's not a big deal. Some
You got
very
it.
strange pathing in this game, I think.
Consider.
I'm gonna get Barrack to focus on the weak one to the side.
Not a
Good. It's a little premature to heal Barrack right now, but I'll take it.
Right.
What a rush!
I will aid you.
no dice.
Okay, no goodies this time. Interesting rune. This sunken relief, though heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol similar to the one you saw in Ascension Hall. The relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Take a charcoal rubbing, make a charcoal rubbing of the relief's shape to help discern the rune's design. Welcome back, Index Gnome. Pressing the charcoal to parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. With enough collected imprints, it may be possible to reconstruct the original shape of the rune. As you work, Lantry hovers near. See how that pattern looks broken along two edges? I think there's more to the engraving than what's here. Then we'll look for more. Lantry nods. Agreed. If we collect enough sketches and imprints, we could no doubt reconstruct the original image in its entirety. Examine the mysterious rubbing. While exploring, you acquired a charcoal rubbing. Perhaps examining the rubbing further might help you determine its importance. A portion of an unknown sigil has been recorded on this scroll. The charcoal imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design a mystery for now. After examining the rubbing, you found that was only a partial image of a symbol that is reminiscent of the one you saw in Ascension Hall at Vendrian's Well. Continue your search to determine what its significance might be, or search for more of the image.
Spotted something.
Interesting. You see subtle movement beneath the faintly glowing surface of this object. There's a small recessed panel in the stone here. Alright, so presumably the crystal in the beacon is not responding to torch keys from these old walls. I would assume I'm trying to somehow recreate this image, but I'm also noticing that there's nothing sort of directly related.
What in the name of Kairos is that?
Blasphemy! Lantry gestures to the body on the platform in the middle of the pit. See the armor on that corpse? That's got to be the first regent. Pausing, he gives the remains a second glance. She certainly picked an inconvenient place to perish. We'll need to raise that platform if we're going to sift through her trappings. He motions towards a crumpled form near the edge. And that's Sister Javila. Lantry brandishes his quill with a quiet sigh, tapping it against his writing surface as he ponders the first words to write. A moment, please. She died young, trying to prove her worth to the sages. This must be noted. What is that thing? It's an arcane barrier, but what it prohibits and why is unclear. At first, I thought it was the home or nest of that amorphous creature inside. But if this were a sanctuary, why didn't the horror come out and say hello? Lantry's face turns to puzzlement. It might just be waiting for us to turn our backs. He shrugs. Knowing our luck, this is a prison to keep us safe from it. But if we want to grab that relic, we'll have to get up close to that thing and find out ourselves. Are you sure that's the Unbroken Leader? Until we've disproved the notion of elaborate mirage, I can't say I'm certain. But that corpse is wearing the First Regent's custom panoply, so it's either the First Regent or the thief that robbed her body. For our purposes, the difference is irrelevant. The relic we seek is likely to be among that pile of bronze. Let's find a way across. Very well. We should examine everything here and see if we can decipher how the platform works, specifically how to raise it. He gestures to Javala's body again. Perhaps we should start there. She made it this far, after all. Okay, humming keystone. A cuffed but legible glyph has been scratched into this old, weathered shard. Stones like this are not uncommon in the old walls, and often fit as keystones into larger structures. This particular stone vibrates gently when struck, producing an unpleasant hum. Place the required keystone into the recessed
A rock fit into another rock. Don't celebrate just yet.
Did you sense that? The magic barrier lost some of its hum when you inserted that keystone. Don't say we didn't warn you. We need to reach that body. Oh, I'm not arguing for turning back now. I just felt the need to burden you with a reminder that our lives are in your hands. All right. Crystal in the beacon is not responding to the torch keys. Okay.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't. Can't do that. Can't do that.
I'll take it. It's actually kind of a cool effect. The purpose of this bygone altar is a mystery. The sculpted figure cradles a bowl in reverence. Dais. Small dais, or possibly dais, juts out from the wall here with just enough room to hold a small object. Take the stone.
Just for the record, I could make that jump, but I'm not going alone. I'm not... You got it.
Yeah, you're a little late here, Barrick.
Not a problem, boss.
Definitely the priority to take out.
You got it.
Lantry's about to get hit, so... Oh, God.
Consider it done.
Okay.
Right.
Making a little progress then. I'm gonna put this on first.
I will aid you.
Scouting out by your ass.
This is embarrassing.
Okay. Take that.
You got it.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
Did I always have this much? Blood.
I will aid you.
On it.
Piece of rubble. This small rock is surprisingly dense and weighs about as much as a slightly larger rock. So presumably we'll put that. Place the rubble piece.
Trouble is a...
Alright, Lancer, you gotta get out of here.
On it.
You got it.
Follow the fort.
See that? I'm not entirely. Used.
You got it.
The problem is this thing seems to be attacking Lantry, which I would prefer to stop sooner than later. Okay, good start. Reverse of the deal.
Good work. Right.
Bleed out, you little shit.
Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe just so I don't have to redo all of this, I'm going to get a save in.
You see what I see?
Okay, so presumably everything's going to come creeping out of those walls in a bit.
I'll take care of it.
Trouble is afoot. On it.
I'm curious why we don't have a fire for
Another battle. I'm starting. I'll take care.
I got it.
Oh, I did not see that coming.
On it. Right. Keep your filthy hands off me!
So I have the option of resting if I want. In this case, we'll just trigger another fight.
Another battle.
As you command.
Pity you won't enjoy this. You got it.
I will aid you.
Okay.
I'm on it.
It's funny, these things get set up as sort of these very fearsome enemies, but they're actually the ones that we've sort of been running through pretty quickly. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not going to complain about it being easier, but... Okay, Fury's Embrace, Killing Spree, Know Your Enemy, or Calls to Blood. I think I'll settle for... I have a few options on this one, to be honest, but I think we'll probably wind up taking a little bit of everything in the duelist path. Stones of Elucidation. Hieronymus has tasked you with recovering the Stones of Elucidation from the Old Wall's breach. You retrieve the first Stone of Elucidation. After the second, return them to Hieronymus and find the missing keystones. It appears that the keystones, like the one Javala found, are needed to operate the platform. Find the remaining 3.
I'm on it.
Okay, do we really want to go up right now? Why not?
Consider it done.
I will aid you. Sorry, I can't.
You got it.
Sure, just run around the edge. It's actually kind of fun. Like, I realize I complain about this too much, but I don't actually think I've had an instance where I've imagined a character moving and the game has actually made the character move the way that I expect. It's like it always picks the most counterintuitive path for a character to move, which probably would be less annoying if there wasn't the disengagement mechanic. That's the real thing that's making that a drag.
I got it.
This hastily written note appears to be scribbled in blood and cuts off abruptly. You can barely make out the words. Don't trust Jacquemus. He promised me a commission with the disfavored if I found his dumb cloak or pin or whatever it is. Lies, all lies. Lured me to my death is what he did. Ever since I arrived, these things have hunted me. I can hear them in the dark. Disfavored soldiers wanted the steadfast insignia, an artifact lost in the old walls. They sent a civilian to trespass within the blade grave old walls on their behalf.
You didn't see nothing.
Okay, we'll buff the... Yes, I am the irrational one, and the game... the game is making complete sense. I mean, in fairness, obviously... You know, there's the game is gonna have a consistent set of rules. It's not like it's going out of its way to frustrate me. It just happens to be very successful at frustrating me.
I'm on it.
Let's have it then.
Okay, Barrack seems to be okay for now.
Good work.
You got it. Not a problem, boss.
It's fine, Landry. Just go in attack range. You'll be fine. So okay, see what I'm talking about here? Why does moving towards the Scourge make any sense?
Will do.
Hey, I did that? Nice!
Sapphire touch key, bands of cerulean light gleam across this sharp, angular stone. Thought there was going to be some kind of enemy that came out of that. Crystal in this beacon appears to react to the presence of torch keys found in these old walls. Okay, so I don't actually know which of these two to go for yet. Okay.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn. I'll take care of it.
I'm on it.
So again, it's not immediately clear which symbols I want to put in first.
Trapped. I'm used to that feeling.
Interesting. I really can't afford to lose any of these people on this. I'll settle for Barrack. This is just because Verse can do sort of... She can be sort of a backup. Backup tank.
You got it.
Okay, we'll give her a little bit of a boost.
At once.
Not a problem, boss.
Will do.
You see a worn-down, faded rune embedded into the wall. It is currently impossible to decipher what the rune is. Lantry's voice of ages talent is required to learn this spell rune. Interesting. Grants Lantry hit precision, the ability to decipher ancient languages. Ah! I rather wish I'd checked that out, actually, because that does seem like a very useful skill. Right, and the second Stone of Elucidation.
Let's be off. No can do.
Will do.
Have a look here.
Okay, heavy keystone. A faintly glowing sigil has been carved into this small, weathered shard. Stones like this are not uncommon in the old walls, and often fit as keystones into larger structures. Despite its size, this stone is surprisingly heavy.
Still weighing down our packs with rocks, are we?
Okay, we'll get to see what that text said before the bad guys showed up.
I'll take care of it.
There you're scouting out my...
I'm on it.
On it.
This is embarrassing.
Will do.
This Bane snare appears to have ruptured on its own. This would explain some of the Bane currently wandering free.
Send them at me in waves!
At once.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
Will do.
Not a problem, boss.
At once.
Right.
Lantry, you up this shit.
At this point, I'm thinking I should just get
On it.
first to draw her bow.
As you command.
I got it.
Well, we'll at least have some money. You've collected the Stones of Elucidation from the Old Walls, delivered them to Hieronymus at the Old Walls Breach. And if I recall correctly, we're not... Yeah, we can't hire anyone at this current level. Or anyone else, rather.
Right.
This sunken relief, though heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol similar to the one you saw at Ascension Hall. The relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Make a charcoal rubbing of the relief's shape to help discern the rune's design. Pressing the charcoal to the parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. Looks like we've got more of the symbol. One more and it should be complete.
Yes.
It's all in the reflexes.
Okay, Seeker, one-handed thrown weapon, and Pillar of Courage. And Lantry's leveled up. So my followers are becoming more powerful than my... Oh, actually... Aha! So 19 is the max level. I'm mildly tempted to actually boost the quickness here, but we'll boost his lore abilities. Now again, the Sage is actually quite tempting, but here we've got Gift of Moments. Lantry skips forward, vanishing from combat and healing. Upon his return, he releases a wave of energy that reduces recovery of nearby allies. I will go for this just because I can, but we will actually go down the Sage path next for Lantry. I'm also mildly curious, so if I do the...
Will do.
Distant howls echo within this pit, which descends into darkness. When you crane your neck, you can just barely make out the Bane clustered at the bottom.
Sorry, I can't.
Alright, so I'm slightly curious here. If I change these symbols... Yeah, very little seems to be changing in this case, so... Gonna try and let Derek actually be the front line here.
You're dead!
Okay.
Ace and hit.
You got it.
Wait, I did that?
Not a problem, boss.
Excuse me.
I will aid you.
I'm on it. You got it.
Right. On it.
Distant howls echo within this pit, which descends into darkness. When you crane your neck, you can just barely make out Bane clustered at the bottom. Okay. Guess we'll deal with the baddies first.
Sorry, I can't.
Fall before me!
I will aid you.
Bleed out, you little
Let's have it then. I will aid you. I got it.
Again, these Bane don't exactly seem like the most fearsome enemies we've gone
As
up
you command.
against. I guess there was that earlier one, but in terms of the dungeon, we kind of just seem to be running in and beating the crap out of them. Not that I'm complaining. Now this will be interesting because I don't think we went down this part yet.
Sorry, I can't.
I could drop a vial of ink down and see how long it takes to hear it shatter.
You see a worn down and faded rune embedded into the wall. It is currently impossible to decipher what the rune is. Lantry's Voice of Ages talent is required to learn this spell rune.
That wasn't so hard.
Okay. That's a nasty little trick they have there.
Found something. no other way.
More tallies to the body count.
Might have been nice to see if it would affect its own people.
You got it.
I will aid.
Consider.
You got it. You got it.
Should be keeping
As
better
you command.
care of Barrack.
We should try that again.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
On my command.
I really hope the Fate Binder doesn't get knocked down.
Consider it done.
Alright, I'll take it.
I'll be mindful of your footing. One wrong step, then
The labyrinth that is the old wall seems to go on forever. The numerous sconces and alcoves that line the massive stone wall go as far as the eye can see before fading into blackness.
Sorry, I can't. Curious. Curious.
Okay, looks like we've got some fights ahead of us. Now, one thing I am a little curious about, we did have this area... Oh, sorry, one second. This is one challenge I always run into in games like that. Like, it's funny because I realize like the stated preference online is definitely the opposite for me. But you'll sometimes, these are like old images, but what you'll often see is sort of a comparison to something. The worst example of this would probably actually be Daggerfall, but I think people like do Morrowind or whatever. But they'll show sort of like old game levels and they'll be sort of winding and twisting and things like that, and they'll say, you know, look at the brilliant design of this old game, and then it says, now look at Skyrim, and you know, like Skyrim has a straightforward path, and there's like this side of me that sort of thinks it's like, well, I like big, nice, straightforward paths, because, you know, for this very reason, right? Like I've got an option to move over here and, you know, take on some fights and then something in here. But then there's also this room over here. And I don't know what order I'm supposed to do all of these rooms in. So again, this is probably one of these examples of
I have it no other way.
it's not necessarily intended for me. But
Heads up, we have company.
that's a lot of guys.
Spotted.
Not happening.
I'll take care of it.
Will do.
So obviously, Verse is in some danger now, but
I got it.
Will do.
At once.
and we're gonna give Barris
Done.
a boost. At this point, I should probably be focusing on taking out the weak ones.
I got it.
Okay, not great.
Ready for another?
I don't see why it says participant busy when the Fate Binder's wide open. Not great. Okay, so I want to clear the threats to Verse as soon as possible.
I'm on it.
You den.
Okay, here we go.
Nicely done.
Better. A castle with only one path inside makes no sense at all to me. A labyrinth is something else, though. Yeah, it is definitely the compromise that you make in terms of something
As you
that's
command.
friendlier to the player versus, quote-unquote realistic. I don't necessarily mind that compromise myself, but I also kind of recognize that I'm potentially in a minority on that, for sure.
I got it.
I definitely think Daggerfall is a good example of how not to do it.
Right.
Tear your skeleton
Like,
out by your
I think
ass.
actually, I think Daggerfall I could best summarize as saying like it's a game whose ambition I absolutely love and whose implementation I'm not as thrilled by.
Will do.
All right.
I am a.
Yeah, fair enough. Mind you, it's combat, I mean, can't be that bad, right? That's what we came here for.
I will aid you. On it.
All right, so it looks like Verse is stuck on this side. This is going to be terrible for the Fate Binder. So I think what I'll maybe do is get Lantry to offer a bit of help.
Consider it done.
Will do.
I'd have it no other way.
Will
Get
do.
out, you little shit.
For you, if a player wants to rush to the end boss at a level 1, they're allowed to do so. Yeah, it's funny. This is one. I'll confess, I was actually a bit surprised when I found out that this was a preference for people.
You got it.
I am never fond of games allowing me to just sort of walk into an area where I'm overpowered without like clearly warning me. And again, like I said, I was surprised to find out that this is not a universally held ideal. Some people really like the idea of being able to just sort of go in and get creamed. I guess the thing for me is that it kind of comes back to the whole realism debate, right? Where
Don't know my own strength.
I more or less accept that most games I play are not going to be realistic. They will in fact be anything but I enjoy them because they are sort of these highlights of,
I got it.
you know, of life, or the things that they're highlights of the fantasy that I want. Now, obviously, if it's a special or a stunt thing, like, you know, speedrunning or whatever, that's fine. But like I said, I'm sort of learning. I'm in the minority on some of this stuff, but I don't know. I think one of the challenges I've always run into is that when I've played some older games that give you that variety, or give you some of those choices, one of the things that I like is that they like, you can usually sort of discern some sort of path or pattern. Like, it'll give you like an indicator, hey, if you do this thing, you know, there's going to be a consequence over here.
Have a look here.
Or, you know, like, basically it doesn't feel like it's sort of pulling the rug out from under you. Whereas there's a couple of other ones which I've played where it just sort of feels like, you know, oh yeah, you were like expected to read the wiki ahead of time, or like, you know, haha, you died and now you know not to go in there. And one of the things that I've always struggled with whenever playing games like that is that we have really, you know, we have nicely realized worlds in games now. Even one of the funny things, I remember playing Gabriel Knight and sort of being able to know what items would wind up being quest items just because they wound up being so much more nicely rendered than some of the other things inside of the level. Whereas now everything kind of looks like it belongs, and there can be this challenge in my view of communicating to the player like what you're supposed to do or not do at certain points. I think a funny way that this has come up actually is I was listening to a Designer Notes interview with Soren Johnson, and he talked about how he got stuck and stopped playing Splinter Cell at some point because like there was a pipe he was supposed to climb, but it wasn't clear to him that he was able to climb pipes at all. Like, he'd previously run into a pipe and it didn't allow him to do it. And so it was just that special game pipe. And it's funny, like, obviously Splinter Cell is a very well-regarded game and it didn't stop most people from being able to enjoy it. But I do actually tend to find that there is quite a challenge where there are definitely some games where it sort of feels like, because I wasn't thinking about the level the way the designer was thinking about it at the time they were making it, you know, I'm just sort of left to feel inconvenienced And it's actually one of the easiest ways for me to get turned off of a game. And I appreciate it's quite challenging because, we've got these big, widely beautifully realized worlds. And to a certain extent, especially in a game like this, you sort of want a degree of freedom. But I guess the other thing I would say for something like this is I don't really feel like there is a whole lot of freedom in this game, right? Like, I've got my quests, right? I'm basically focused on this this region here, the Blade Grave. I'm doing my job. I could presumably go off to the Sunset Spire, but for the most part, like I kind of know where I am, what I'm doing, and I'm not questioning it. Like, to me, I don't necessarily, I think it's a cool world that this game has, but like, I don't actually feel that my enjoyment is contingent on me having the option to just sort of run and say, okay, let's see what's over here. Right. But yeah, so with that in mind, I also think, though, the responsibility is that I am less forgiving in games like this for times where it sort of feels like it's like, okay, well, because you weren't thinking the way I was thinking when I designed it, that's why you're struggling with this part. And it's one of the easiest ways for me to sort of switch off in terms of a game like this. And I will confess, I actually think this is I've kind of been spoiled to a certain extent by. It turns out that it was Grand Theft Auto that did this, but the same Soren Johnson interview. It was with the guy who developed Assassin's Creed. And he sort of talked about how in the open worlds of Grand Theft Auto, like you hop into a car and you drive forward and, the game just sort of lets all this wonderful stuff happen around you. But like in Grand Theft Auto, you can just kind of get into a car and drive forward and that'll be fun. And it's a great experience, right? Like Grand Theft Auto's wonderful to play. And what's interesting is that is actually also a pretty good description of what I find fun and interesting about Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed, you can just move forward and push a button and you'll do these incredible acrobatics. And, the combat isn't particularly hard, but it just looks very cool. And the game makes it effortless to do all of this really fun and cool stuff. Now, if you're someone who plays games for challenge, that can actually be that can be pretty disappointing because, I don't know, like, I don't want to be unkind, but I imagine that the experience of Assassin's Creed, like, people probably, they're not dying very often in that game, I suspect. Again, I'm probably talking more about the old ones. I don't know if they've changed that for the new ones or that. But I will confess, I actually find that very enjoyable. There are other games that I will play for difficulty, but I tend to find that those games with difficulty, I also want to have a really clear idea of the rules and how all of the different interactions work. So like, for instance, here, I'm going to need a much better combat tutorial to sort of feel like the combat here makes sense. I'm sure it does. I'm absolutely certain that there's a very well thought out combat system going on in the background. I just have absolutely no idea how it works. But yeah, just in this case here, right, I'm largely doing this so I can sort of see the world of Terratus and sort of find out how the story of the Fatebinder works. And oddly enough, this is actually one of these cases where I think this is a really beautiful environment. I'm a little less engaged here than I am in something like the story of Graven Ash's daughter, or the even something like The Invasion, where I wasn't necessarily on the screen. I was participating purely in text. This part I find this is a dungeon crawling part, but I guess the thing is that because I haven't fully been sold on the dungeon crawly parts of this, I definitely sort of feel like I'm kind of going through the motions. Amber torch key, orange light dances across the facets of this curious gem-like stone. These 3 jars appear to have been meticulously placed on this altar. Inscriptions on them resemble the torch key sigils. So I'm curious if I now have a third option here. I do. And it does nothing. So I suppose that answers that earlier question in terms of what these were supposed to do. I was supposed to head down here so that I could get the torch key that I can apply in this room. This Bane snare was broken long ago. Given the state of the other Bane snares in these old walls, it's likely whoever broke it didn't enter this room from the south entrance. Okay. Want to see what's going on here. Now I'm going to assume that whatever combinations I do will result in Bane. I think I might do a save just in case things go horribly wrong. Now, one thing I'm a little curious about, so presumably, yeah. It's not obvious to me that there's some sort of like indicator about the order in which I'm supposed to do these. Okay.
Heads up. We have company.
At once.
I'll do it for the North. No can do.
Not a problem, boss.
So what's the deal with... I just heard verse... Okay, no, just some standard arcane attack.
I'm not here to make... Counter.
Sure, verse. That is definitely the most sensible way to go.
Oh, shit.
I did that. On my command.
Ready for another?
You got it.
Consider it done.
Try the blue crystal on the left beacon.
Yeah, well, this is the funny thing, right? Actually, this is, I think, generally a problem with
I got it. Send me your...
with RPGs that reward you with XP for taking out enemies. Like, why wouldn't I want to have more
You
fights?
got it.
I will aid you.
You got it.
See that?
You got it.
I'm not entirely you.
Anytime now, boys.
On it. Take that! Ready?
Okay.
On it. On it.
I'll tear your scalp out by your ass!
Await my signal.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Will do.
So this is always the tricky one, right? I don't know if there's supposed to be some way that I was supposed to discern that before trial and error. But as you point out in Ixnome, I got a bunch of XP out of it. So.
Ah, got it. Interesting.
To battle!
I'm on it.
Kitty, you won't enjoy...
You got it.
I'm glad at least there wasn't a disengage for that.
I got it. You learn something every day. Don't know my own strength. Right.
All right, let's level my character. Skullcracker, deliver a powerful upward blow that launches the target into the air. Oh, yes. You see a worn down and faded rune embedded into the wall. It is currently impossible to decipher what the rune is. Okay. So, for verse, we did find a potentially powerful lower accuracy, but
Hey, this looks fun.
gonna get some breakfast, Index Gnome? I'm slightly tempted for the tower shield. Let's lose 18 dodge. The funny thing is, it's actually quite balanced right now, so I'm a little reluctant to... One thing I can do, though, is switch these out. And here we have the Tidecaster's Opal, so that's for Ebb. Unbound. Hello, Vanguard Master. How you doing tonight? The Grave Bow. Lost in the old walls for centuries, legends of the Great Bow are sparse. They speak of an ancient Archon who led the fight against the Bane, driving them away from human settlements. One thing I'm slightly tempted to do is go down to this lower level so I can just clear out all the stuff before. But I think I'll go a bit deeper.
I'm seeing a lot in this room I'd like to sketch. But we should keep moving.
Find a way to ascend to the top of the ocean spire. The dusty stone platform is lifeless, but small markings indicate that its old magic might be reawakened. The chamber immediately reminds you of Ascension Hall. An intricate rune running along the floor can mean only one thing. You stand at the feet of a great spire. Each step you take echoes across a great distance. As you gaze upward, the sage-colored walls quickly give way to unending blackness. The rune in the center of the floor is inactive, and the silence of the hall offers no clues as to its use or function. You feel a slight tug in your chest, a faint echo of the energy that enveloped you at Vendrian's Well. Hold a moment. Lantry bellows the command louder than needed, smiling as he hears his voice echo through the massive chamber. If my sense of direction is at all reasonable, we are standing below the spire in this region. What do you know of the spires? Lantry raises an eyebrow. About as much as you, I'm afraid. Until our time at Vendrian's Well, I didn't realize there were ways to access the upper reaches. Speaking of which, I'm certain there's a way to access the top of this spire as well. Let's keep our eyes out for sigils or glyphs nearby. What do you recommend? Lantry points at the pattern on the floor. I'd start with the grooves and stones on the floor over there. If it's like the spire at Vendrian's Well, whomever built this created a mystical conduit to the top, and I think it very, very unlikely that the pattern is purely decorative. The sunken relief, though heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol similar to the one you saw at Ascension Hall. The relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Pressing the charcoal to parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. The newly added imprint fills the remaining gaps on the scroll, giving you a clear representation of the carved rune. I believe this has something to do with the symbol on the floor of the spire.
On it.
No kidding. After examining the rubbing, you found that it was only a partial image of the symbol reminiscent of the one you saw. Okay, here we go. You appear to have uncovered enough of the symbol to see the completed image. Examine it to see what it looks like. Okay.
Watch
Nice of
where
them
you
to...
step. This has trap written all over it.
Really? I'm not so sure about this. Can I reset this thing? These grooves in the floor are inlaid with a dim, incandescent material that glimmers upon closer inspection. They appear to intersect at various angles, forming a myriad of potential shapes similar to the rubbing you found. So I imagine some of the challenge here is going to be... Okay, so I'm going to do one of these. But I also need... Oh. There we go. Really? I don't get it.
Let's be off. I got it.
Oh, hang on. I think I see. Yeah. This is interesting. It sounds a little fuller in terms of the theme. I might be mistaking it, but yeah, no, this is definitely heavier. Well, maybe not. I suspect Index Gnome is the Index Gnome is busy doing their own thing, actually. But far be it from me to deny people the opportunity. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off toward the horizon in the direction of Vendrian's Well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you yet again as you drift back into the warmth of the energy surrounding you. Your awareness stretches beyond the limits of the spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing through the sky reminds you of the tether you feel to the top of Vendrian's Well. This too is a point of connection, and you are an inextricable part of it, bound as surely as the spires are to each other. The ocean spire in the Blade Grave feels weathered and battered, like a flag that has whipped in the high winds beyond its intended duration. Perhaps in spite of this, the connection formed with Vendrian's Well is strong, almost overwhelmingly so. I was at the front lines during the devastation of Stalwart. From on high, the realm feels less significant. There was a running wager at the Vellum Citadel how far southwest one could sail before reaching the end of the ocean. From here, I'd guess forever is as close to the right answer. Looking out at the expanse of ocean to the south, Lantry moves his quill in a harried rush as he sketches the blue-green panorama. At least we're spared the worst of the grit from up here. War kicks up a lot of dust, if the Blade Grave is any indication. The spire feels like a relay between you and Vendrian's Well, bridging some transference of energy on an enormous scale. You are the first link of a chain that stretches the length of the realm. As you struggle to understand the sensation, you grow aware of whispers all around you. Listen closer. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and your spires, conducting heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers and the Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, and then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints at the true scope. There is power in these spires, though the source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing would stand beyond your reach. Unlocking the spires seems to have opened a deeper connection. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rusted plates. Makes me feel lighter somehow. Curious, I am noting something I also observed at the spire in Vendrian's Well. There's a mystic hum, and it has little beats when you walk, tiny fluctuations when you talk. Unless my senses are deceiving me, you and the spires are mystically attuned to each other. Most fascinating indeed. A quill pen appears in his hand, and the old sage begins furiously jotting notes on his arm. You look taller somehow, like you could command a dozen gangs without any challengers to knife you in the back. All right, upgrade time, so we can build a library, training grounds, forge, or infirmary. Constructing a library on the spire allows you to research magical knowledge, edicts, and artifacts. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to lore and magic. Constructing training grounds allows you to recruit the finest skilled trainers in the tiers. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to accuracy, athletics, and subterfuge. The forge upgrade allows you to improve weapons and armor and forge powerful new items. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to armor, parry, and dodge. And the infirmary allows you to brew potions and other consumables. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to endurance, will, and magic defenses. I don't think it's a surprise that I'm going to be going for the library first. Are you sure you want to build this upgrade on the spire? This action cannot be cancelled. You have acquired a second spire. All spires are linked, allowing you to travel instantly between them. This will reduce your travel time through the tiers. You can upgrade spires you discover, building new structures on top of them. Each upgrade will provide you with different benefits. Click on the spire icon or press H to select an upgrade for your new spire. Upgrades take time and money to build and money to maintain. If you no longer have money to maintain an upgrade, it will be suspended and you will no longer receive its benefits until you are able to pay its maintenance cost. There are 5 resources you can find in Kairos' tiers that can be used to power upgrades to your spire. They are scrolls, iron ingots, bronze ingots, alchemy supplies, and hide. Each upgrade uses different resources. It isn't the Fatebinder. Come, let us have a word. Greetings, Fatebinder. The sage bows low before you, the quills in his hood brushing the ground. I don't believe we've met. Indeed, and I'm afraid I have you at a disadvantage. He nods. Sage Garrus, formerly of the Vellum Citadel, scribe and researcher extraordinaire, not to bore you with honorifics. When I heard about the library you were building, I just had to come. I watched the workers as they hauled the stone and scrolls up here. There was an awful lot that they were very tired, so I did what little I could to assist. Then, on the last day, as everyone was leaving, I just stayed behind. Why are you here? I take it you'll need someone to organize this collection of scrolls, someone to catalog new texts as you discover them, and someone to organize research efforts. As your scribe, I can do all 3. In fact, I'm excited to get started. I've already started looking through your collection, and he cuts himself off and sighs. To be honest, I need the work. The Vellum Citadel isn't exactly up to its old standards, and I'm afraid there aren't many safe places where a sage can still find employ during the war. What can you research for me? Oh, any number of topics. Magic, alchemy, the history of the world. You have an impressive collection. Not as large as the Vellum Citadel, perhaps, but no sense in crying over burnt parchment. I've started compiling a list of possible research topics. Allow me to show you. Okay. I understood what recruits meant. It's massive research. We're not currently researching anything. I've just been sorting, organizing, trying to stay out from underfoot. Oh, I think I get it. Yeah. So presumably somebody will give me more resources, looks is a little more attractive than any of the others. And then I don't think I have any more. Well, apparently I've got enough to hire one more, although I'm a little worried about the maintenance costs. Okay, seats of power. You have been witness to your own unique ability to ascend to the tops of spires. These monolithic structures serve as excellent bases of operation. In order to bolster the war efforts in the tiers, you should seek out more spires. Perhaps by doing so, you might uncover more of the mystery behind their power and why you have such an affinity to them. Across the tiers, there are a number of spires that dot the horizon. The two that you have claimed have proven to be a valuable asset to the war effort in the tiers. Claiming the rest should help you widen your conquest. Find a way to Sunset Spire at Lethian's Crossing. The spire that resides near Lethian's Crossing settlement is widely known. However, the specifics of navigating to it are not. Perhaps there is someone there who knows. I'm going to settle for researching magic. I don't know how frequently I generate these items. On the subject of spires, new missive. My dear Solon, the court is all abuzz with the news of the Civil War. Representatives from the chorus and the disfavored are having little shouting matches in front of Tunon. The petitioners to the court seem swept up in talks of who will crush whom, and if and when Tunon will bring down the gavel and stop the fighting. What has me more intrigued is the other story out of Vendrian's Well. Tunon sends you on what I thought was going to be a one-way trip to the well, and not only do you live, you somehow claim the mountain spire, and you broke Kairos' edict too. Such things make a little civil war seem so trivial in comparison, at least to those who can separate the message from the noise. Tell me, what was it like to break the edict, and how is it you took control of the spire? Fatebinder Rogalus. So if I respond with questions of my own. My dear Rogalus, did you know what the wording of the edict would entail? Did you advocate that I be sent on what was likely a one-way journey? Your questions seem to imply that my actions at Vendrian's Well were orchestrated when they were, in fact, the product of me responding to a chaotic situation. Nothing more. Dealing with two petulant, disagreeable archons occupied what precious time I might have spent undermining Kairos. How do you tell me what you know? How about you tell me what you know first? You were the one who taught me the value of never being tricked into self-incrimination, and how could I possibly argue with that sort of wisdom? So Kairos' edict simply said that an agent of the Overlord must claim Ascension Hall before Kairos' Day of Swords. The only thing I consciously did was take charge of the battle to claim Ascension Hall. My claiming of the spire happened just moments after I felt the edict script release. The floor of Ascension Hall gave way, unearthing the glowing pattern buried beneath the chamber floor. Kairos only knows how long it had been buried under the tile. As for how I actually claim the spire, it is perhaps a mutual bond. Atop the spire is an old structure, a twin-tined edifice. I'll include a sketch on the back of the parchment. The structure spoke to me in sensations and images, and it seems to respond to my presence in some limited capacity. That is what happened, as best as I can to describe it. Does any of this sound familiar or bring to mind old stories or rumors? And then downplay. It's usually quite difficult to give me too much credit, but it sure sounds like you're implying my claim on the spire was premeditated or even intentional. My only goal in Vendrian's Well was to stay alive, not to let the Archon's indecision cause the Edict of Execution to come to pass. Ascension Hall needed to be taken, and I made it happen, both because it was my duty and because I generally prefer to live. My claim on the spire coincided with the breaking of said edict. Perhaps breaking the edict caused a mystic surge that triggered the spire, or perhaps Kairos knew this would happen, and such knowledge tempered the wording of the edict. I can only offer you these speculations. I was sick on myself the first time I used the teleporter. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Stairs look quite peaceful from the clouds. Alright, I'm content to go to the lower... We've got a couple of conversations with characters, but I think I will save that. Oh, sorry, Vanguard Master. I didn't see your earlier message. Have a great night. I think at this point I'm going to... I want to clear out the Hieronymus task. And I'm going to spare the conversations for when I get back, because I imagine waiting a couple of weeks to remember what all this was about is a little bit more than I can reasonably expect of myself. Okay, bad guys right off the top.
Your days end here!
Not happening.
I give up.
Not a problem.
Consider it's done.
A new dent!
That mess.
Will do.
All right, I'll take it. The crystal beacon is not responding to torch keys from these old walls. Okay.
Have a look here.
I really thought there were going to be bad guys on the other side of that.
Interesting.
Alright, so that's what I was expecting. So at least here we can prepare for the attack.
I'll do it for the North.
You got it.
Right. On it.
Oh, that one fucking hurt.
Okay. Entry to throw things at the bad guys, and suppose Solon needs to join the fight.
You got it.
So I'll move Solon in here so that we can get the combo.
I'm getting too old.
I don't think it'll hurt to...
Under command. Work.
All right, let's do this.
As you
How
command.
it's done.
I got it.
Not a problem, boss. You got it.
Grovel before me!
So again, I don't know if I'm getting any... Don't know if I'm getting any better, but at the very least we're not getting pummeled in combat the way we used to.
Resting.
Not a problem, boss. You got it.
As you command.
I got it.
Me.
I got it.
I wonder if any of the other ones worked.
What do we have here?
Now that you've located all the keystones, place them into slots around the central pit to raise the platform. Seems like we also found some weapons, though. Oh, 2 added. This is Boreal Frost. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm ready to mess around with these too much. I think I'll save this for later. I'm probably due for a proper review of the This is intriguing, actually. Yeah, to be honest with the Index Gnome, I haven't even played Crusader Kings 3. So I think I can play... I actually think I can play Victoria through Game Pass. But I just haven't felt the need. I'm probably not the right one to ask about current Paradox games. I mean, one thing obviously that I like about Game Pass it does give me the option to try some of this stuff, but I'm not quite at the point where I can meaningfully speak to it. All right, place the required keystone in the recess.
Interesting. Is it reasonable to describe an ethereal cloud as angry? Because I think you're making it angry.
So, obviously we're going to prepare here.
That orb appears one breath away from collapsing. Since being sensible and abandoning the scars aren't options, might I suggest drawing our blades? Consider it done.
Okay. Not looking good for Solon.
Right.
Count on it.
All right, let's do this.
Ah, friends. Well, at least they're attacking the right person. So we'll give a quick boost to Barrack. No. I don't hate Paradox. They do make some great games, but they do kind of follow a very similar pattern, and I'm not sure if I just should try some other strategy game out there. Yeah, well, I mean, they've got their formula down, and I like some of them more than others. And again, like, just because my relationship with them isn't as good as it used to be doesn't necessarily mean that... It's kind of like people you find difficult to work with. Like, you can try and pretend that people who you don't always get along with have absolutely no abilities whatsoever, but I'm not entirely sure what anyone gains from that. Like, obviously,
Will do.
obviously their life is going to continue regardless of your that sucks.
Apologies,
Okay, let's get Barrack to...
but I can't do that.
So yeah, like I try not to be the sort of person who's going to say, oh, you know, because I've got some grudge against Paradox or something like that. I'm going to somehow pretend that they don't make good games.
You got it.
On the other hand, though, like I'm definitely I more so recently. This has always been a thing. Like I know
I will aid you.
DLC has always been a kind of a sticking point for people with Paradox. But I will confess,
Unwrap behind.
this deal. One thing I have grown to appreciate is that it really does feel like once upon a time you used to be able to say with some of the DLC, like, all right, you know, if you're, you know, these games are basically designed for people who are like really dedicated to the, you know, to the genre. If you're not willing to sort of put in that time, like basically, if you really like the game, you're probably going to be, you're probably going to wind up spending some money. And if you're not really into the game, you know, there is a reasonable claim that,
I'm on it.
so I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Like, you may find, like, you better hope that you're able to kind of get by without paying up for the extra features, which again, oh, for crying out loud. I thought that thing was dead. If it gets some kind of heal, I'm going to be very angry.
On it.
There we go.
I'll take care of it.
But yeah, so the thing is that like once upon a time you could see what the you could kind of see what the value proposition was for the DLC, and I think for a while now it's been the case that you can't always say, you know, if you're a Paradox fan, buy this DLC. In fact, not to be mean, but it does actually kind of feel like there's almost a template apology for the quality on DLC for certain releases. And sorry, I'm totally rambling at this point, but yeah, so it's a tricky one, right? Like I definitely remember spending a lot of really great time with Paradox games, but to the point that you made, like there are other strategy games out there, and there are other strategy games which just follow a different form that is very enjoyable and something other than Paradox. So you said you played some mech games. Was it not available at Steam at the time? I think you're talking about Phantom Brigade, if I'm not mistaken, which is now available on Steam. It was the one where sort of you could slow down time and sort of watch you'd have 30 seconds view into the future, and you'd make your plans around that. I highly recommend it. They've still been updating the game, so it's good stuff. Okay, the Steadfast Insignia. Fashioned in the likeness of a stalwart battle standard, this emblem was worn by every first regent since the realm was carved from the Stone of the Tears. Originally nothing more than an officer's finery, the Steadfast Insignia swelled in popularity as those who wore it earned their deserving titles as war heroes. The insignia developed a reputation as the architect of victory over time and the secret of success on the battlefield. As its recognition grew, the armies of Stalwart learned to rise up against any odds when the insignia was present, a streak that held with admirable consistency until the insignia was lost amidst Stalwart's war against the Northern Empire. It's a good one. So if you liked Frozen Synapse, Into the Breach, wouldn't quite say XCOM, because XCOM is very much about sort of cover and flanking. I feel there's at least one other game that I'm forgetting. But I definitely say like the Into the Breach / Frozen Synapse angle is enough. And I mean, the soundtrack's absolutely brilliant in that game. So it's definitely one that I pretty strongly endorse. And I actually have been debating on streaming it again. It's just that I want to try and knock things off of my list rather than add. So, okay, I'll take it all.
I've got it.
And again, this...
Sorry, I can't.
Either we need... I'm wondering if this is a case of learning the language with Lantry. I'm a little curious about these... barracks leveled up. With the unbroken artifact now in your possession, it's time to leave the old wall's breach and return to Sentinel's Stand Keep. I think this other room had... Oh no, looks like it's something dropped by the bad guys. Now that I've got Lantry in on a few healing skills, I think I am going to put him down that scholarship route and then see if I can get... I'll come back here to see if we can maybe find some of the stuff that we didn't finish. May knowledge survive. New missive. May this missive find you in able health. I write to you in hopes of striking a bargain with the court. By the laws of Kairos, I am a purveyor of lies. In my work for the School of Ink and Quill, I have written many texts, and while some of the particulars are at odds with history as taught by those loyal to Kairos, I truly believe that our work is not blasphemous nor treasonous, and does nothing but exemplify the inevitability of Kairos. It is not my place to say what is and isn't worthy of censor. That duty, I understand, if I understand correctly, is yours. My offer is this. If you would preserve my texts, I would submit my neck to any sentence you deem worthy without protest. My life is worth little compared to the texts that required the life's work of countless sages. I understand such writings will likely need to be kept in a vault far from offending eyes, but if I can be assured of our our written echoes will live on. My flesh and blood are the court to decide. If you are amenable to my offers, seek me out. My current whereabouts are far from the ruins of the Vellum Citadel. See the reverse of this parchment for instructions. If you make your way to the location directed, I will seek you out. Glory to Kairos. Sage L. On the reverse of this missive is a charcoal sketch of what appears to be a small keep built alongside the mountain foothills. A map of the tiers is drawn in the corner with a circle that seems to indicate the location is in the Bastard tier, north and east of the Bastard city. Request more information. By the laws of Kairos, dear Lord or Lady L, if you were sincere in your desire to surrender to the court, you are welcome to visit Tunon, Archon of Justice, and seek audience with him at the Bastard City. I assure you, the Archon sleeps very little, and time will be made for a proper hearing. Beggars cannot be choosers, and the guilty ought not to bargain when their only currency is guilt. Oh, that's wrong. Perhaps if you could provide me some more insight to your situation, I'd be less inclined to assume this is some sort of trap. So the old walls didn't best you, not this time at least. Tricorius stands amidst the bodies of the unbroken. He shrugs with a knowing smile, but we both know it's all for the good of the war effort. I don't know how much Tunon chooses to overlook when it comes to his Fatebinders, but I'm sure you know what you're doing. I hope you managed to find the steadfast insignia in there. He glances over your shoulder to the old walls. Myself, I'd find another way into Sentinel's stand before I went in there. To each their own. I have the steadfast insignia. Capital work. You should take it to Graven Ash and offer your report. Be sure that the artifact doesn't fall into the hands of any unbroken. I will say, too, so obviously compared to a grand strategy game, I should also say Index Gnome that Phantom Brigade is basically the complete opposite end. So, you know, grand strategy, it's not just that you're doing the strategy layer, you're doing the layer with all of the different sort of levers of the state to achieve your war aims. Whereas in the case of Phantom Brigade, it's very much a tactical game. But, I mean, again, I think most strategy gamers appreciate those distinctions and generally enjoy, I think they just generally enjoy strategy. So, sorry, that was one other thing I should have pointed out. All right, we'll wrap up the story with Hieronymus, and I think we will call it. What can I do for your Fatebinder? The great riddle of the old walls is fascinating to contemplate. From afar, of course. You're free to dive in head first to your heart's content. I found the stones of elucidation. Hieronymus's eyes widen with delight as he examines the stones. Fascinating. I had expected to see a few duplicates with existing specimens. He examines each stone, wrapping them in linen swaddling with care. Thank you, my friend. This will prove vital to our understanding of the glyphs used by the builders of the old walls. Party has gained Scroll, Sigil of Reaching Grasp. You've gained favor with the Sages Guild. You've done more than I could have ever expected, and with only my humble offerings as rewards. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a distinction I feel I should make just for, the sake of completeness, but I think most people... Like, if you like strategy, you like strategy. It's kind of weird to imagine someone saying, it's like, I like strategy games, but I don't like XCOM or Into the Breach. I only like, Risk and Twilight Struggle and, Crusader Kings. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's at least one person like that, but what have the stones taught you? Nothing yet, he clears his throat. In theory, each one can be used to help decipher some encrypted text, but there's no telling which stone can complement which text. It's all very dry and boring, I'm sure. Rest assured, they're very important. I'm not a young man. If I keep getting sent on missions like these, any research I carry will be lost. Take a copy with you. I hope you'll find it useful. Didn't we just get a scroll? Ah, here we go. Okay. So I'm not going to mess with this for now. I just want to... Actually, I am slightly curious. Yeah, okay. Almost. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, God, I don't know how you feel about it, but Cobalt Core was an interesting little deck builder that that Brace Yourself published. And on the similar publishing note, there was a nice little indie game. It's an auto battler by Daniel Kalupa called Godless. And that one, like, I never really played that many auto battlers until I played Godless, and then I kind of finally understood the genre. So that one's another nice little strategy game that I've enjoyed. I particularly recommend Godless just because it's relatively inexpensive, and I actually think it's I think it might be that developer's first game, but they really delivered on it, and they do seem to continue to update it. So but Godless in particular is one where I feel that if I don't talk about it, like, people are just simply not going to know about it. But card games are one of the things you won't find. All right. So never mind the Cobalt Core. Keepers of Arcane Knowledge, the mages of the Vellum Citadel are all but destroyed after Kairos' edict transformed their home into the burning library. The few who remain free lack purpose and leadership. And Ash will want to see the artifact for himself, return to Iron Hearth, and speak with the Archon. Going to take a minute to... I'm feeling really worn out. I actually need to... some videos I needed to record today, but... let me get some Steam links. So this is a little bit of a flyer, but this is Godless, for those of you that like auto battlers. But here's the one you were specifically looking for. Index. Oh, this is Phantom Brigade. I'm pretty sure as soon as you see the trailer, you're going to you'll recognize it. And they do have a note from May talking about the next update. So I'll give you a little preview of what's coming. Okay, so there's definitely some things that I'm going to want to do in the game. So I want to chat with Verse, I want to chat with Lantry, and then we will deliver... So in addition to delivering a Breach Between Worlds, I'm probably going to want to sort through the inventory and decide, like, what do I want to keep, what do I want to toss. But I sort of feel a lot of that stuff would not be... It would not be bad for me to do... after like after my my time away. I'm really trying to think of any advantage to me just pushing ahead in terms of the story here, especially because I'm sort of struggling to be coherent already. So I think I'm going to save and leave it here. Actually, we're already at Iron Hearth, so I don't need to go any further than that. But I will thank you all for sticking with me. I know this is an extra hour. It's a little bit of a quieter night, but I'm not gonna say that's a bad thing. Who do we have online? All right. It's been a while since I've been able to see Katako, so I'm going to raid her tonight. I will just take a minute to also mention Revived Snow, who is also streaming, and specifically streaming Beat Saber tonight. So, but yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I've seen Katako. She's currently playing Resident Evil 3, attempting to do Inferno runs without taking any damage and without any saves. So definitely a very challenging run, a very challenging, sorry, I was gonna say very challenging challenge, but that doesn't really work. Anyways, she's trying to do something that requires a lot of skill. So I will leave you in her capable hands. Just a reminder, I will not be streaming. I will not have any regular streaming schedule for until basically September. I'm going to do my best to do some like one-offs as I can. They won't be gaming, but I wanted to try and at least telegraph that ahead of time. But I will be back. We'll be doing more Tyranny. I'll try and maybe add a little bit more into the variety. But we'll definitely be doing more Tyranny in the future, and I will try to also fix in a little little cyberpunk. Anyways, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care.